Okay, good morning, everybody. Wait on Amanda. No, I'm kidding. Um, First of all, again, yesterday was, I thought, very insightful, and today we got another great agenda for us and a lot of learning opportunities. So, really looking forward to the presentations today. Like I said yesterday, I kind of wanted to go over if someone took one of the trainings yesterday or one of the presentations to heart, something maybe that you could use in your district. I know personally, I know in Alachua County we have a very robust CTE program. So when we were going over, Dave was going over the safety CTE safety protocols and procedures, and especially that administrative checklist. I kind of took that because we have, I guess, somewhere around 53 CTE programs in Alachua County with certification programs. And I know for sure, and probably Mr. Mathis probably could tell us, that we don't have that safety protocols in all of our CTE departments. And so that's something that I'm going to go back and share with our CTE director. And it really kind of starts from the top down, because if you don't have the administrative part of it, I mean, teachers are kind of like on their own doing what they want to do. And there has to be some kind of checks and balances, especially when it comes to safety. And a lot of those CTE programs are a hot mess when it comes to risk. So that's something I'm going to take back to my district and share with our CTE directors. Anybody else have anything that they may want to share in regards to something they may have took to heart yesterday? Yes, ma'am. Right. Yeah. I took kind of what Ken said yesterday about, regardless of if it's an industry cert, CTE, they all basically have the same standards that a regular teacher in the classroom would have. And sometimes a principal or whoever's evaluating them, they're thinking, oh, well, they're over there welding, good job. But there still needs to be some kind of accountability, just like you would a teacher, a regular teacher in the classroom, right? So anybody else got anything to share? Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, like I said, that the thing that when Stephanie, wherever she is, when I went through it, we did that comparison and I gave it to our uh, planning, construction and planning person, and she was just like, they did the comparison and they made their choice. I mean, it's a lot of work, but at the same time, you want to give them those options. Yes, ma'am.
I was just going to piggyback on. We sat down with the administration at every school and went through that report with them. We went over their priorities, what they needed to order, their signs, getting their tape on the floor. And it was really good for us because uh, with our situation with the kid catching on fire, there was an urgency, but then the administrations were just so much more receptive having had FISBIT do the examinations, and it wasn't just us coming in there saying you need to clean this up and organize this and put this stuff away. It was just very beneficial for Swanee, and so I really do appreciate FISBIT and all they do
Yeah.
for us, and all the just things that we have access to because of their training and what they're just good at what they do, and I really appreciate them. So that was my 2 cents.
Yeah, I echo that because I know from experience, every time I've called, hey, I need some assistance, I need some advice, and a lot of times when somebody from the outside comes in, they have a little more leverage and a little more weight than you would because they know you. That's just Lori being Lori, that kind of stuff, but you get somebody that says, well, I got Dave Mathis coming in and he's certified in this, and this, and so he's got a little more. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So it does help. So anybody else? Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. Our first, who's up first? Claims review. That is Krista, or no, Amanda.
All right, good morning. So the Claims Review Committee has evolved over time, and as we've started to look at the data, we've noticed for quite some time now that the dashboard that we use in Origami is extremely overwhelming. It has a lot of information, and really the relevance of that information and us being able to utilize it has been challenging. So we're going to have an activity today. So everyone will need a partner. You should have a packet in front of you that looks like this. You don't? Turn around. There should be one behind you. There's extra. If you don't have one, Keith can bring you one. So what we're going to do today is we're going to look at each widget, and there's a series of questions that accompany each widget within your packet. So you and your partner will need to legibly answer the questions because we will be collecting the packet at the end. So we'll give you a couple minutes to answer each question, and then we'll discuss as a group. I'm going to take some notes, and then at the end we will collect your packet. And the goal is for whatever information we gather today, the Claims Review Committee will review that and then sort of adjust the dashboard as we see fit. Ultimately, we want to get good data from the dashboard because that's how we help the trust as a whole and we help your districts individually. So the goal is to get good information, and y'all are living the day-to-day in each of your districts, so your input is invaluable. Okay. So this is the first one. And as we go through, we'll just briefly touch on what you're looking at. So district highest locations by frequency. This is district specific. This is Bart's district. And these are the locations that are ranked based on the number of claims. So frequency equals number of claims. So you'll see there's a couple questions in the packet. There's 3. So you can answer them individually. If you don't want to work with someone, that's totally fine. But we'll give you a couple minutes, maybe 3 minutes, to go through and answer those, and we'll discuss. Just that first widget. we'll give you one more minute. Okay, so we'll start with the first question. Does anyone want to tell us what you like about the data or the widget? Start this side.
I'm sorry. Some of these are
One of my
dying,
colleagues
so
said, "Was I really number one in claims, like our school site?" So it was very surprising for them, but also it's a really good overview for the district leadership, for the superintendent and the cabinet to be able to look at this and say, how are our sites looking in comparison? We're very fortunate in Santa Rosa. I was telling Brennan that we contract out transportation because that would be a heavy hitter for us if we did not. And it's probably always going to be a very high ranking location. I would think that would be one of the top ones. But I feel like it gives a good overview and can allow you to strategize what types of mitigation strategies perhaps you could use. Because at an I've been in a primary, elementary, and a high school, and it's just a different dynamic with faculty and staff and what they're doing. Primary and elementary are far more hands-on. The employees are far more hands-on with their students than a high school teacher. A high school teacher, though, may be more apt to break up a fight between, two older children that they may get injured. So just the dynamics of injuries are different, of course, but the location frequency allows you to, if Idlewood Elementary is always a heavy hitter, then there's a problem. If over the course of years you can compare that data, that's kind of a problem.
All right, anyone else want to share? District dashboard. Anyone think they would not like to see this? Alexandra sort of touched on the third one too, but how else would you use this data within your individual district? We talked about. Anyone else? Okay, we'll move on to the next widget, which are all 13 of our districts categorized by frequency based on location. So you can see, interestingly enough, the first two are center schools, which I think is probably to be expected. But there's 4 questions for this one, so give y'all a couple minutes. Did you want to ask?
Your claims are still.
All right, so before we go through these questions, I just want to quickly touch on the trust-wide data. So we all have our own claims within our district, but you want to know where you fall within the entire trust. So when you look at this information, you can see where you fall in relation to other schools in other districts. But as far as the specific claim information, only the claims review committee would be drilling down into specific claim data to, pull more details and specifics out. But just from that standpoint, as we're all looking at our dashboards, we won't have the ability to see the single workers' comp claim that Gerald has had, who it was, what exactly happened. That's what the claims review committee will do. But we just want to be transparent with that piece, that as you're looking at your individual dashboard, you'll see side by side how you fall with other districts, but you're not going to be able to see specific claim information. So I'll throw that out there. Okay. What do we like about this data? This widget. Hmm. What does it not have?
Do you guys have easy access to that data that we could just simply post that and have that in a, whatever format you guys send it so that we could put it, in a shared location for you? That might be the easiest thing to do, is kind of get some, this is the school, here's the population, here's the type of school it is. And I look a lot up just on the internet, but sometimes it doesn't tell you, and that takes a long time. But if we were to collect that, is that something that you guys could provide or think that would be good to have in a location so you could just pull that up? Right. Yes. Hmm. Right. Yeah, that would be fine. And then like
And
some of the transportations, that's a big deal too because some places break out transportation like Okaloosa, they have different silos and then other districts only have a single transportation where all claims are filed under that one area. So knowing some of that information too is helpful.
so I was going to say, it's possible that we could have a layer of widgets that would break down the high school, middle school, elementary school, and then the special schools because we have those already broken up in origami. They're kind of categorized like that already, so it would be easy to kind of group those as a sub sort of grouping of location frequency, highest location frequencies. But I think Stephanie, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that the districts provide all of that student information to you guys for renewal each year. Isn't that correct? And I think last year we got that from you. So as a way to kind of so you pull that from the okay. So yeah, so you guys don't have to do that. We can just get that information from the renewal from Stephanie.
We're going to need, so we would need to kind of combine some of that, which we can work together on, but we also need staffing, so the ADA number, which you guys have as well, but then a little bit of a description about the particular site. Again, kind of being able to see those clusters or know whether it's a center school versus another type of facility. So we could start the process and then maybe have you guys add to with some informational details possibly. Okay, great.
E- yeah, not that I would not like to see it on the dashboard, but here's a thought or something that I think maybe Gina was kind of thinking about when you're looking at, well, we don't know what kind of schools they are and the like, and we don't know if one's a large urban school versus a rural school. Is there some way, perhaps, and we used to do this with Sessor data way back in the day, because I remember back in the mid-90s, Okeechobee High School ranked #1 in the state for the number of batteries. And, we clearly had some coding issues there. I mean, so the one of the things that came out of DOE when they were looking at Sessor was a incident per thousand kind of calculation. And that way you're truly able to measure one district against the other because you did that calculation. And I know we kind of headed that direction a little bit. Pam did last year because when St. John's being the largest one is always going to have the, not always, hopefully they won't, but generally will have a larger number of claims. But until you get down and look at it to see what your actual performance is relative to your size, you really have no idea where you're at. So I wonder if we at somewhere in there maybe are able to do some sort of comparison like that.
In origami in the ad hoc reporting. So if we have the field of data that we wanted to use to sort of break that number down, then we could add the formulas into the ad hoc fields and probably calculate that. We'd have to do some testing on it and just confirm that the information is accurate, but that's something I think we can do within the current origami platform.
We also have Alliant doing a data analysis with their scatter plot, which we've used. That actually provides that comparison to size framework. We don't know the underlying formula yet, so we're not ready for that. But hopefully we can duplicate, as Keith said, that in origami, so we don't have to rely on some annual report. We can have some real-time data for you guys that'll do that for you. So good thoughts, and we do need to move in that direction.
I want to sing karaoke when I get this, and I don't sing. Not like Matthew. So we just talked about that this would be, sorry, Matthew, this would be just a good discussion point, like a data point to consider. Because, for example, if I'm reaching out to a principal and talking about their annual review, and they're severity for that year is the highest. It could be because the more aged science teacher walking by himself with nothing, no hazard in sight, tripping over his Reeboks, crushing every bone in his body. And I'm speaking hypothetically, of course, crushing his right hip and ankle, etc., and that could potentially be a very high claim. There was nothing that site administrator could do about it. So when the superintendent is asking, hey, why is Navarre High, for example, so so outrageous this year? There's a reason for that. So there honestly was nothing, unless you're teaching a 75-year-old to walk down the hall. So I think that you have to have some context in a lot of the things that we're talking about, and one dashboard may not be the standalone data you just want to take as that's the gospel for this site. You've really got to look at other things, and I think this is a good discussion point. Yes, transportation is high, but let's say you have the most employees there or whatever. They do the dangerous job. So I just think it's a good discussion point.
Sorry, Amanda. I wanted to say, I look at this and I want to know how many claims, like what's the average, severity maybe per claim, because that may help to, like in Okaloosa, they've got multiple different doctor's offices that they use, around. Do we have, if this region or this area has a higher, average severity, are we, maybe we've got an issue with the doctor's office, or return to work type of things. Do we have some areas that we can deal with there to help with better return to work to lower some of the severity cost? So having that broken down by how many claims that is and an average per claim may be helpful to identify those large claims that maybe don't need as much drilling into.
So also, we're going to see some widgets towards the end of this exercise that are focusing primarily on, GNL and that sort of thing. This one obviously is grouping together all the different coverages. Would it be helpful to have other widgets that separated out transportation and were focusing specifically on workers' comp coverage, for example? How would you guys like to see those kinds of things broken down? Is this helpful given the fact that it includes all coverages, or is it kind of skewing your view of severity?
I think it is skewed. If I assumed it was just specific to comp, but if it's rolling up all coverages, auto liability and general liability, and giving me that number, it's kind of skewed. And then to have it as a discussion point, if I'm talking specifically about comp, I don't think this would necessarily, it's not going to give me the correct numbers that I need.
So maybe on that dashboard, maybe we even break it up and have a whole section for comp specific widgets, and then another section that would be specific to P&C, and we can even break those P&C down even further. So Amanda, if we're gonna get through most of these, we probably need to go into speed dating mode.
Some of the data would be good, but if you made me pick one versus the other, frequency versus severity, as far as for trust-wide comparison, I would want to know frequency. So the number versus the dollar value. So if I had to pick one over the other, would be the one we talked about before.
For me, immediately, I'm going to want to see my own district to share out that data. Then, if I have time, and I know it could be also a claims review committee task more so, but if we're in this kind of environment where we're all working together on strategies for, let's say, mitigation of issues, and hey, what did you do at your school or your district to help this? I might look at the district, compare district by district later, but I'm going to be more immediately concerned about what's happening in my own district, not the whole trust. If that, for me, that's my thought. So one of the things, as we're talking about, would this be something we would want to see on our district dashboard versus the claims review committee dashboard? One of the things that we're talking about in the context of these widgets as well is possibly modifying that monthly report that you all get each month sent out to you, and including some district information on there, as well as your own individual district information. So I just wanted to throw that out there as something to think about, because we're probably going to at some point follow up and say, okay, so
these are the dashboard, this is the kind of dashboard that we're looking at for the district dashboard. Do you think that this would work if we were to modify those monthly reports that you get sent out? Would you like those reports to be in line with this? So kind of keep that in mind too, that you might on a day-to-day not necessarily be interested in trust-wide top nature of injury, but for those monthly reports, that might be something that would be helpful for you to have just as a sort of touch point, every 30 or 40 days. Correct, right. 'Cause it's
I have a question. What if, just because I'm very district specific focused right now, trying to learn how this all applies to me, but I am also curious about the trust as a whole too. But what if it would probably alleviate additional work if you did like keep doing the monthly district and then maybe a quarterly trust? Do you know what I mean? Like maybe that would, because then I would know quarterly, how am I doing within the trust, but monthly I'm focusing on me. I don't know. It's just a suggestion.
That's a good point.
That's what I was going to ask. Like, is there a way to? I like the year-over-year comparison, but like drill it down to maybe 1 year or 2 years, last year versus how I'm doing this year.
So I wonder, looking at this widget, are there ways that risk managers can evaluate this and determine a way to mitigate, for example, lost time, or is this primarily just an informational widget, do you think?
You could also have impairment benefits in there, which I don't know is very helpful, to evaluate those kind of things, if that could be taken out and you're just seeing the pure lost time.
Talk a little bit, just quickly, I know we're short on time, about Okaloosa and what you guys did early on. I mean, that was a big focus for them, right? Was drawing down and closing out. And so, that process that you can use this data to try to evaluate your claims and moving some things along.
Yeah, well, it's just being able to compare and see how much, how much lost time other districts are paying, versus, what your district is paying. And
Return to work.
Right. And when folks are out of work, they don't have the motivation to go back. And so that's inevitably going to drive your medical up, because they're going to keep going back in hopes to keep being put on light duty or being, taken out of work. So it affects everything, and goes up. So having that comparison by district is nice, but, it is a good tool to look at. And, in whatever district this is, obviously, 2025, and maybe some just hasn't matured a whole lot yet, but obviously there's much smaller medical and much smaller indemnity paid at the same time.
Great point too, Jocelyn, that we're working on this, and we've talked about the current year versus prior year, and really that data is most informative in real time, especially if you're implementing strategies, and then maybe having a 3-year or a 5-year look back. But beyond that, nice to see, but probably not super impactful for your interventions.
Well, I think the frequency is nice, because you can compare, like, percentage-wise how many claims, you're seeing go lost time versus not. But, dollar-wise, I think you definitely see better your savings if you're able to get your lost time down. Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering something as a newbie here, and please forgive my ignorance, because I feel like when I didn't want to ask this question, because I feel like everyone's going to look at me and go, and I don't know. Okay, so I'm prepared for the looks. When I see this, the medical only part, I go, well, what can I do about that as a risk manager? Like, and I don't know this, do I control what the cost is for the providers that, like, how does this benefit me? Like, I don't understand that. So when I see this and then I'm hearing you talk, I'm going, but what can I do about this? So what I guess what I'm trying to say is, are you guys doing something I'm not doing? Maybe I need to be out there going, hey, you guys are charging too much. What am I supposed to do? Like, I don't know. So if you can help me, then I'll understand it a little bit better.
Yeah, I think, as far as the medical side goes, I mean, obviously trying to do our best to control who's going to the emergency room, and making sure that we're steering them to good initial providers that, are going to treat them quickly and, with a good focus on getting back to work. Like Jocelyn and I were talking just yesterday about some providers in her area that seem to just, and these are the primary care level, that are just holding on to them forever, and then 4 months later we're getting a referral to an orthopedic, and so just having good relationships with the initial providers, which obviously, we're involved with, to make sure that we set, certain expectations that if you've got somebody that needs to be out of work, it's probably not a claim that you should be handling. That seems, it's probably a bit more severe, so let's get them out to the orthopedic as quickly as possible so that we can, so just having those conversations and watching how long, that these initial providers are holding on to them. Those are, some of the things that you all can look at and help and, make sure that, if there's something you're seeing that's concerning, obviously, your adjuster or I, we'll be happy to, team on it and see what we can do.
We are gonna, October is gonna be some work comp sessions, so we're gonna shift gears and do some things there. And Crystal will talk more about this, but we really want you guys to know that she's available and that the team is available to go out and engage with these providers, and as you see that there might be some things that we can do, and them as well looking at that data. And everybody's busy, so it is gonna be a quick or a problem that's brought up that then we can follow up on. Otherwise, you've got other fish that you're probably frying, and they're not this. So good point there. And I think we're kind of out of time. Amanda, what about everybody just kind of, we should have a little time at the end of the day if maybe people will glance and maybe jot a few comments and turn those back in to you later today. Would that be all right? What you need? Okay, awesome.
Thank you, Amanda. We appreciate that information and the change in our organization of the claims committee. Again, their whole purpose and existence is to be able to get the data in a format that you need to be able to make decisions. And so, hopefully, this is a ongoing work in progress, in which we'll be able to get those dashboards into place that'll be a little bit more user friendly, and data that's actually applicable to your district. So again, you can take it and formulate strategies in order to address what you see. So next, we have had a variety of different topic areas, and just as Bart had mentioned, hopefully you're seeing the results of the risk manager survey that we put out in asking for areas in which you needed additional information or would like to hear. So as you look at the agenda yesterday and for today, hopefully you're seeing something in there that resonates with you and matches the data that we got back from the survey. So one of the things that's always on our mind is disaster recovery. And many of you have worked directly with Jason and the Recovery Management Group. Again, just in context there, FSBIT has an Emergency Advantage program, and this Emergency Advantage program is actually one of the levels of service that is provided to all of our members as a result of a storm and the severity of that storm. So when we start to get up there and approach, level 3, which is a major event, we've had members that have tapped out and said, hey, we're at our capacity. We need some additional help. And so we've activated our Emergency Advantage program. Jason, who you are all familiar with, is here today to talk to us a little bit more about that and the relationship that we have and the services that he provides. Should you need to tap out in the future, he's there and ready to assist. And so, Jason, we'll turn it over to you to explain a little bit more about the program.
Thanks, Ken. Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with you today. It's good to see a lot of you again in a non-disaster situation. A lot of times when we're meeting, especially for the second time, it's not necessarily a good thing kind of sticks in my mind. Went to Madison last year after one of the hurricanes and walked into the shelter where all the staff was and said, "Oh, it's good to see you guys again." They said, "It's not good to see you. It's never good when you're here." And so it's nice to be able to get together and talk in a non-chaotic situation. So as Ken mentioned, the purpose of this portion of the presentation is to provide an overview of the Emergency Advantage Program, but also to discuss and highlight the importance of disaster planning, to talk about some of the core elements of a disaster recovery plan that even if we don't have a plan in place now are good to start thinking about now going into hurricane season. Highlight some of the recent disasters and storms that have impacted FSBIT members and talk about lessons that we've learned as we've worked through managing disasters for FSBIT members over the past 3 years. So over the past 7 years in Florida, we've had extremely busy hurricane seasons. There have been 9 major hurricanes that have impacted Florida over the past 7 years, the majority of which have impacted FSBIT members in some way. Hurricane Ian was actually the costliest hurricane in the history of the state of Florida, and the losses that DeSoto and Charlotte counties experienced as a result of Hurricane Ian were 2 of the biggest single losses or impacts to a district by a hurricane in the history of Florida. Hurricane Ian in Charlotte and DeSoto counties impacted over 40 campuses, almost 400 assets, and resulted in a FSBIT claim of over $150 million that's still being closed out. So again, Hurricane Michael in Bay County is one of the only disasters in the history of the state that impacted a single district more than Hurricane Ian. So really over the past 3 years, Ian, Idalia, and Helene have caused major damages to districts that are some of the biggest losses in the history of the state. Hurricane Idalia impacted 3 districts, Madison, Suwannee, and Taylor. Biggest impacts were Madison and Taylor counties, or over 180 assets at 23 campuses were damaged as a result of Hurricane Idalia, with a FSBIT claim of still ongoing, close to being closed out, of about $32 million. And then last year, Hurricane Helene impacted 5 districts, with the most substantial impacts in Citrus County, causing damage to 23 assets at 6 campuses, with a FSBIT claim of about $8.6 million. And this is prior to Hurricane Ian, Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there was about 15 years where there were no major property losses to any FSBIT members. So, in 2003, 2004, we had Ivan, Francis, and Jean that impacted a lot of municipalities and districts concurrently over about a 1.5 year period. And then there was kind of a break in that area for several years. So hopefully we're on the downswing, especially in the Panhandle. Taylor and Madison counties have just been hammered over the past 3 years. So as a result of working with districts and managing some of these large losses, we're just kind of reminded of the importance of developing a disaster recovery plan prior to an event as opposed to after an event. I really encourage the districts here to start working over the next year to 2 years to implement and develop a full disaster recovery plan, continuity of operations plan. Those plans can take some time, but are extremely valuable, especially after a large event. And I know many of the districts here may not have the time and resources. The risk management department is a lot of times just you guys, the people in this room, and a lot of times you're also the finance director and HR director and have a lot of other roles. So it can be difficult to dedicate the time and resources required to develop a full plan. But just kind of wanted to highlight a couple things to think of and keep in mind as we head into hurricane season this year that we've learned have been critical in responding to disasters. Pre-storm communication plan is extremely important. A lot of times when we're showing up, there aren't communications, and a lot of each of these storms in Charlotte County, for example, we didn't see any district staff other than 2 maintenance personnel for about two days. So district staff are impacted as well. So it's extremely important to identify roles and responsibilities for critical personnel prior to an event and a way to communicate or a place to meet up. Leading up to Hurricane Ian, I'd been talking with the facilities director, Billy Williams with Charlotte County. We were going to meet at their maintenance facility. So I showed up to the maintenance facility and nobody was there. Drove around for a little while, found a maintenance guy and said, "Hey, have you gotten in touch with Billy Williams?" And he said, "Who are you?" And I'm Jason with Recovery Management Group, and he told me to get the F out of there. And so I was like, okay. And so I just went to the Port Charlotte High School and started looking around, and there was water in all of the buildings. There was water on the gym floor. There was a maintenance guy that lived right down the street from the high school there. And I said, "Hey, have you gotten to talk to Billy?" And he said, "No, he's stuck on an island." And I said, "Do you have keys for any of the buildings?" And he gave me keys and got in and eventually talked with Greg, who was the risk manager at that time, and said, "Hey, there's water all over. There's water in all of the buildings. Ceilings were falling down." And I said, talked with, I won't say the guy's name, and he told me he said, "No," he said, "do whatever you need to do." And we had talked prior to the storm about using Belfor to manage remediation. The district had a standing contract with Belfor. Talked with Belfor leading up to the storm. We said, "Hey, our expectation is that you're able to have somebody here within 12 hours of the event and able to start working, within 24 hours." Met the Belfor rep there. He said, "Yeah, we can have people here, in 3 or 4 hours." And I said, "Okay, great. Well, when can you have equipment and start extracting water remediation?" They said, "Well, that's about 2 days out." And so anyway, I called Greg back and said, "Hey, do you want us to wait 2 days to start this remediation, or we have some other resources that we could pull in?" And he said, "No, do whatever you have to do to start work." And in Charlotte County, I'll talk about it. Well, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But anyway, my point is, it's so important to have a way to communicate or a plan to communicate if staff is affected. If there's a facilities director that's responsible for coordinating repairs and he's not able to be there, who's the next person in line in the chain of command that can make decisions and get things started with response and recovery. Just as important as having a plan to account for your staff. That's something else we learned both in Madison and Charlotte counties. There was so many staff impacted. The superintendent showed up and nobody was there because there were trees down in the roads and all kinds of damages to homes of staff. So a way, or people that are responsible for, if you have to, going to the home of each of your critical staff if they're not showing up, making sure they're okay, or having an emergency response plan to account for the health and safety of your employees. Even when we ride out storms, before performing damage assessment, the first thing we do is in KC, check in with all of our team, make sure they're accounted for. After Milton, there was one staff member in Venice who was impacted pretty heavily that we couldn't get a hold of. They had a radio, a satellite phone, and before we went out, KC said, "I'm on my way." He drove to his house, made sure he was okay, and then we started working. So there's nothing more important than the health and safety of your staff, and you're not going to be able to respond effectively without them. So just encourage you to develop a plan for accounting for staff after a disaster. I'm not going to go through each of these items one by one. Again, the point, and what I just want to encourage everyone is to start thinking about a disaster recovery plan and identifying who within your organization is responsible and have the resources to kind of start developing some of this ahead of time. Something that is very important to understand and think about and plan for is your financial risk after a disaster. So with FSBIT, we have the Emergency Advantage Program that we'll talk about in a little bit that allows insurance to pay for the majority of repairs, and the districts are responsible for covering and paying for the deductible. Charlotte County, after Hurricane Ian, had about $22 million in deductibles. They had been through Hurricane Charlie before. Greg was really good at establishing reserves, and they were able to pay for their deductibles. A lot of the districts here are financially constrained and, barely have the financial resources to meet the state requirements for, operating budgets and the funding that needs to be in the bank accounts on a day-to-day basis, yet alone covering millions of dollars in deductibles. Madison and Taylor combined had about almost $9 million in deductibles after Hurricane Idalia, and they didn't have the funding or the resources or the ability to pay those deductibles. They both sought loans and bonds to cover the deductibles. That took about a year, and we were able to work with FDEM ultimately to provide a loan to cover the deductibles. So it's just important to understand, look at your SOVs, understand, okay, if we're substantially impacted and half of our campuses are hit, what is the value of even the deductibles that we're going to owe, and start kind of planning for that. So fortunately for FSBIT members, FSBIT had the foresight to develop the Emergency Advantage Program, which helps to mitigate a lot of the financial risk and liability that the districts would have outside of the program. So at the basic level, the program provides for direct procurement, management, payment, and oversight of repairs through insurance. FSBIT has hired us, Recovery Management Group, to be the administrator of the Emergency Advantage Program. So, and there's sometimes confusion between who FSBIT, RMG, Emergency Advantage Program. Emergency Advantage is your program that you've developed, that FSBIT has developed, and the board put in place about 3 years ago, and we've been hired to administer that program. So outside of the Emergency Advantage Program, the traditional claims process requires districts to contract, hire, pay remediation, repair contractors, and then seek reimbursement through insurance. And so there's much greater financial liability and risk associated with incurring and paying repairs prior to getting paid by insurance. So this program helps to mitigate a lot of the financial burden on districts, in addition to the burden on staff to manage and oversee the volume of repairs that we're talking about after a disaster. Most of the districts that we've worked with have a few people on their maintenance staff, and they're busy on a day-to-day basis. So when there's a high volume of repairs being managed, coordinated damage assessments, the districts just don't have the staff and resources to manage that work. So we're here to serve as an extension of your teams and assist in managing all phases of response and recovery. Also important to understand that a lot of districts, a lot of you have been with the districts for a long time, take a lot of pride, ownership in your facilities, have managed repairs to facilities for years. So we're not here to come in and tell you how to manage repairs or what to do. We're a resource to serve as an extension of your team to assist with damage assessments and then managing response and repairs from the emergency repair process all the way through permanent repairs. Utilizing district vendors that you've used in the past and assisting with identifying the resources that are needed. So the steps for managing recovery, immediately after an event, we have a ride-out team that's staged in the area. Anytime a FSBIT member is in the cone of a disaster, we deploy our team prior to the event to ride out the disaster in the area and then be available to immediately assist with assessing damages after the storm, identifying response and remediation vendors that can assist with emergency repairs, and then working with your teams to develop and implement a full scope of repairs after an event. Outside of the Emergency Advantage Program, the activities and the scopes of work that we can assist with managing require the districts, typically would require you to contract with numerous vendors. Identify an entity that can assist with damage assessments. This is in Charlotte County. We had 20 campuses that were impacted, and again, district staff was not able to respond. Within 4 days of Hurricane Ian, we had over 134 contractor personnel working in over 700 contractor personnel working in 134 buildings. So massive response effort, and this was before district staff was even really able to be there. So the ability for us to assist with assessing the damage, reporting back to key stakeholders on what needs to be done, and then developing and implementing a recovery plan would typically be managed by multiple vendors. And then the districts, you need to procure remediation vendors, contractors perform emergency repairs, contractors perform permanent repairs, engineers, architects, et cetera, to assist with managing that process. And so we're able to assist with identifying the appropriate vendors to fill those rules and then hiring and paying them directly, which also helps to substantially expedite repairs. Even under emergency procurement procedures, it usually takes a couple days to get those contractors in place. A lot of times the superintendent will have the authority to execute an emergency services agreement, but there's still time involved in getting that agreement to the superintendent in getting or having an emergency board meeting to approve some of these types of contracts. So we're able to assist in expediting that process by directly contracting and paying for those. In addition to the recovery services that we provide, we have what we call the Emergency Advantage Claims Management System, which provides a single location to manage and track the insurance claims from damage assessments through completion. The challenges that a lot of the districts are facing right now in managing insurance claims are reporting damages by location and asset to FSBIT, and then FSBIT works to compile that information and get it to the insurance adjuster. So the way that the FSBIT, the property policy works, FSBIT doesn't have any SIR, self-insured risk, and all of the policy premiums for property go directly to reinsurance, and then payments come from, when there's a claim, payments come from reinsurance to FSBIT to the members, and there's an adjuster that's assigned to the policy that adjudicates the claims. So when the districts have losses, all of the costs need to be compiled, provided to the adjuster by location, by asset. The adjuster then requests payments from reinsurance, and they ultimately come to the district. And that process takes time, and then it takes even more time. And CJ can attest when there's damages to 10 assets at one campus, and you get one invoice and give it to the adjuster, and they say, "Oh no, we can't use this invoice. The costs need to be separated by location, by asset." And that can be a difficult process to manage when there's hundreds of invoices, lots of vendors that have been managing repairs to assets. So the claims management system provides a single location where we are responsible for tracking all of the costs by location. There's a lot of time involved in that. We'll get invoices from an engineer that were for 20 buildings, one invoice, and we're responsible for separating out those costs by asset, reporting the costs by location to FSBIT and the adjusters. So the claims management system is utilized anytime repairs are managed through the Emergency Advantage program. Are there any questions just in general on the program and how it works? I think we've talked about it at several conferences and worked with, I believe, about half the districts in the room. So please feel free to stop me if you have any questions as I'm going through this. So I'd like to just kind of talk about the process for repairs when they're managed through the EA program, and utilizing a couple of the recent disasters to highlight how that's worked. So the first step is damage assessments. Again, we talked about the ride-out teams that are staged in the areas prior to the storm. We've learned that we need to stage a little bit farther outside of the areas. The last storm, I believe it was Milton, we stayed in a campground right down the street from Madison High School. The Madison was kind of right outside of the cone, and woke up at about 2 o'clock in the morning when a tree fell on the cabin we were staying in at the campground, and then we were out making breakfast, and another tree fell right beside us, so we've learned that we need to stage a little bit farther outside of the area, but we're always available immediately after the storm to assist with damage assessments. We have a mobile application called TrackDown that's provided to each of our field project managers that allows for quick assessments of each campus after an assessment is performed. That assessment is emailed to anybody that has access to email, and we also compile those on a daily basis and provide them to the key stakeholders within the district, FSBIT, and the adjusters. So after Hurricane Ian, we were able to perform 129 assessments at 20 campuses within 3 days of the event. Idalia, about the same number of assessments within 48 hours, and then Helene, 12 damage assessments in Citrus County at 2 campuses within 5 hours of the event. Ken and I actually followed an airboat to the middle school. There was about 3 foot of water in the street, and so we were able to to navigate through the water and get to the campus almost immediately after the storm passed. After damage assessments are performed, we then meet with the district teams to determine if they have the resources to respond or they would like us to assist through the Emergency Advantage Program. So we're able to assist with damage assessments even if the districts would like to manage repairs themselves. After the damage assessments are done, we then determine next steps and are able to assist with implementing remediation immediately if the district's request repairs be managed through the Emergency Advantage Program. We talked about Charlotte County. That was by far the largest loss that's been over the past 3 years. Within, again, 4 days of the event, we had over 700 contractor personnel in 134 buildings. We met with 3 days after the event. The superintendent was able to get there, the risk manager. We met with all the key stakeholders, provided an overview of the damage, where we were at with the remediation next steps. The assistant superintendent asked how quickly we could have all of the campuses opened. I said we can, work miracles, move mountains, and have the majority of campuses ready to open within a month. And they said, oh, wow, you can do it within a month? And we said, yes, we believe we can do that. And they said, okay, great. We're going to start developing a reopening plan. Came back and met the next day, and he said, bad news. We talked with the Department of Education this morning, and they mandated that every campus is open and operational within 2 weeks. Can you do that? And I said, yeah, well, yes, we'll figure it out. And somehow we figured out a way to be open within 2 weeks. We met the Department of Education's really mandate. So on a daily basis, we're having calls with the Department of Education. Same thing happened in Madison and Taylor counties. Department of Education in Madison was actually sitting in the room with us just saying, you need to move quicker. You need to move quicker. We need to be open within 4 days. So there's always an extreme amount of pressure from the Department of Education to open. And one of the things that we're able to also help with is to set realistic expectations. In Madison and Taylor, when they said you have to be open in 3 days, we explained that, well, we're currently remediating there's over 160 assets that need to be remediated, stabilized. And if you'd like us to, in part of that process, after the remediation equipment, stabilization equipment is removed, is to test and is to perform what's called post-remediation verification, where you have an industrial hygienist air sample and test the air quality and verify that the buildings are safe to occupy. And I said, and that's a 24-hour process. So they take the test, and then even if we drive, which Casey has done through the night, to take the samples to the labs, there's usually a 10-hour turnaround time at the labs, and then hopefully the samples pass because you're remediating very quickly. Normally they do. But that's a 24-hour process. So we asked the Department of Education reps that were there. We said, do you want us to skip that process? And they said, oh, no, okay, we get it. So part of dealing with the Department of Education when they're just down everybody's throats is outlining the plan, making them comfortable that you have a clear plan, and then talking about the steps that are required and providing them with realistic timeframes to be able to open. The other thing in Charlotte and DeSoto counties, 4 days in, when we had that discussion, and he said we had to be open in 2 weeks, he said, oh, yeah, by the way, the governor also said that we have to have football. We have to be having football practice next Monday. And there was lights down on fields, debris all over fields, and that was a mandate. And they want, I understand the importance of some of these activities because kids are at home, areas are devastated, but sports are always a very high priority for the state as well. And there's a lot that's involved in that. Right. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. In Madison, they had a shelter and a special needs shelter at Madison Central, and we were supposed to be open within 24 hours, but the shelters were still full. They also there was in the animal shelter, it was just a mess. Last year, Madison learned from that process and there were tarps down in the animal shelter areas, and we figured out ways to kind of expedite that. But after you evacuate the shelter, then the shelter needs to be cleaned before school can start. So, yeah, it's important to realize and understand prior to the event if we're going to use facilities as shelters, it's going to take a little bit more time. There's a time period involved with closing down the shelters and then cleaning after that. And you're right, the National Guard was there as well, and they didn't want to leave. Right. Yeah. In Charlotte County, Red Cross was setting up in one of the parking lots of the parking lot of the tech school, and we were supposed to open 2 days later. And again, called the facilities director and said, "Hey, just wanted to make sure you were aware Red Cross is setting up here." And he said, "Tell them to get out of there." I'm like, "Well, I'm not." And so I said, "Well, I'll take the phone over to the head guy, and you can tell him." But yeah, right, exactly, right. Oh, we'll talk about lessons learned. Keys is always a challenge, an issue, and so yes, keys are very important. When we couldn't meet the facilities director in Charlotte County, nobody knew nobody had access to the master keys or sets to give them out, and literally we were cutting locks and breaking in buildings to start the remediation and then fixing them before schools reopened. So, and even in performing assessments in Taylor County when the staff wasn't able to be there for the first time we were there. The facilities, you're trying to get a hold of the facilities manager and can't get a hold of them, or there's not cell reception. So keys are a very, very crucial part of the plan would seem easy but is not, is determining where the keys are going to be located, who has access to them. If they're not available, the next person that has access to them, and a way to distribute the keys to everybody to assess and access facilities. Yep, master keys. And some of the critical facilities like generators. Usually generators are locked, and so one of the critical aspects, I didn't talk about it, but for an emergency response plan is having an inventory of where all of your generators are and which of those generators serve buildings that have refrigeration equipment and critical food supplies. So in Charlotte County, one of the most important things that they asked us with was keeping generators fueled, so that they didn't lose their food supply, because it's a big deal if you lose all of your food supply right prior to reopening, obviously. And so an inventory of generators, keys, usually it's a different key, even if you have a master key for the generators, just something else to think about. So I talked a little about the kind of the emergency response phase, what we can do to assist with managing the districts, or with managing damage assessments and initial response for the districts. And I'd like to introduce Casey, our Director of Field Operations, to kind of talk about what we can do to assist with long-term recovery, determining the full scope of repairs that are required after disaster, and kind of working through the claim process. Casey's our Director of Field Operations and has been on the ground with many of you managing repairs for the past couple of years.
Thanks, Jason. And good morning, everybody. I'm Casey McReynolds, Recovery Management Group's Director of Field Operations. I've met a lot of you guys in the past. I think some of you, I've seen some familiar faces from the last meeting we attended in Howey in the Hills. Some people I see more often than you probably want to see me. I think Shanna and I have talked about our kids for 30 minutes every 2 weeks for the last year and a half now. But it has become a family. So I want to first and foremost kind of emphasize that, as Jason said, this is an extension of your team. We view it as a partnership with the district. Oftentimes when we do come in, it's kind of the same situation every time, where you have facilities managers that have been there for years and take a lot of pride in the facilities, and at first they're kind of standoffish. They view us as like we're stepping in and taking over for their job, and that's really not our goal. We're there to support you guys as much as possible, to keep you as involved in the process as possible. These are your facilities. These are your buildings. We want to make sure that you guys take ownership in everything that we have to do in the permanent build back process. So I'll kind of go into that process. First and foremost, we do we do damage assessments immediately after the storm, but you're not going to catch everything immediately after the storm. So what we end up doing is we leverage industry professionals, the trusted engineer of record for the district. We have them come out and conduct further assessments of the facilities, whether that be the HVAC units, roofs, any aspect of the building that is required for day-to-day operations. We do more thorough assessments. Then they provide reports that we can document those damages thoroughly. We can provide that with the claims team, and that moves us into building a repair scope of work. Once we build that scope of work, we present it to you guys. We want to make sure that the district is in agreement with that they agree that that is a proper scope of work for their rebuild. We also share it with the claims team to ensure that everyone is on the same page before we proceed with repairs. There's no confusion. There's not going to be any going back on this after we've already finished it up. So we are as transparent as possible, sharing all that information. You're going to be CC'd on a ton of emails, probably to the point where you're going to block my email and put me in a spam folder. Once we do that, we move into the bid procurement process. We still submit formal IFBs, procure competitive bids, share those bids with the district, validate those costs with the claims team, and then we also want your opinion on what vendor is going to be utilized. So as Jason had stated, we want to use local vendors. We want to use your guys' local trusted vendors. Sometimes that's either not possible or maybe it's not the smartest approach. Taylor County, we had 500,000 square foot in roofing replacements that we ended up doing. It's a rural area. There's not really a local vendor that's going to be able to effectively handle 500,000 square feet. So not only did we source some local vendors in that bid process, but we leveraged some relationships that we had in the industry and brought in some larger national contractors, had them sit with the district, talk, answer questions, build a level of comfort, and, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it turned out pretty well. They've got a good finished product with it. We also, as I stated, validate all costs ahead of time. So we're not going to be doing any work until all parties have reviewed the bids, agreed on the scope of work, agreed that the cost is fair and reasonable, and that's going to assist in when we submit this claim. There's no discussion on whether or not we overcharge for a project or some change order didn't get reviewed first. Everything gets reviewed ahead of time and approved ahead of time before we move forward on that work. Once we get that validation for the scope and the cost, we're going to contract it directly. So we directly contract with the vendor. We make sure that payment performance bonds are in place, that all of the documentation is uploaded in the system, that licenses are there, that everything is on the up and up. We contract with them directly. We pay for those costs directly, and then we seek the reimbursement from those costs through the insurance claim after the work is completed and that final invoice is submitted to us. The project management and oversight is really my bread and butter. I'm the day-to-day boots on the ground, pun intended. So we're going to have a field project manager on site with every project. These are Raptor badge field project managers, so they're going to be able to pass your guys' background check system. It's the same system that everybody's using throughout the state. We do not allow any contract vendor personnel to be out of eyesight from our Raptor badged individuals. So security is of the utmost concern. We are dealing with facilities, with students and staff. We make sure that we keep line of sight with the Jessica Lunsford Act. We keep line of sight on all vendors with our Raptor badge field project managers at all times. Once we finish the project, we actually handle the payment for the repairs. We bill you guys for your deductible portion of that repair, and then everything else is covered through the FSBIT process, through the insurance claim. So right here we have the Emergency Advantage Program. Jason touched on this earlier. This is where we document all portions of the project. This is something that you guys are also going to have access to. We provide access to the claims team as well. This is where we have a summary of the scope of work. We track reserve values, so you guys have a rough order of magnitude for the overall loss. We do calculate reserve values, whether that be based on the RCV values that the adjusters identify, or we reach out to industry professionals to figure out what average costs are going to be to establish a reasonable reserve value. These reserve values we put into the system in short order after the initial loss, once we've done a damage inventory, so that you guys know as you're moving into the claims process and the permanent build back, what the general scope of that loss is going to be, what assets are going to be meeting deductible or exceeding deductible, and what are trending below deductible that may be your responsibility to handle out of pocket. We also document all facets of the repairs, so we're going to be making sure that any engineering documentation is uploaded into this system, the day-to-day reports are uploaded to this system, any claim relevant emails, correspondence between the adjusting team, the building code official, all of these correspondence will be saved within the EA program, within this system, and easily accessible by scope of work, by asset. That's a big thing with the claims process. I know that there's been some struggles when we're not involved, where everything's kind of just lumped in together. When it comes to actually getting reimbursed through the claim, it needs to be broken down by asset per scope of work. That's the way that we're going to be documenting everything. We also document all of the bids within this system, so you have record of all the competitive bids that have come through. That's going to assist in your FEMA funding portion of the project. We document the validation process, so in the system, when we submit a cost validation to the claims team, they respond to that validation request saying that it's fair and reasonable. We document that email, that date of response, showing that they did review this scope of work, they agreed that it's a proper scope of work, and they also reviewed the associated costs and agreed that it's fair and reasonable to move forward. So everything is broken down by asset name, location number. We have the SOV values in there. Like I said, we're gonna summarize the reserve. We'll update that reserve as we receive actual costs and actual bids. We document the updated reserve values if there's any changes. This assists the claims team as well in tracking those costs throughout the claim as it proceeds. Yep. Individual. I know, because I've been in every single one of them. So, yeah, to Jason's point, I mean, we make sure that we document everything. It's important to cross every T and dot every I. And we share all of that with you guys as well. So any cost validation email, any correspondence with the claims team, you guys are also included in those emails. We want to make sure that you're seeing the process as it's moving along. And as much as it's important for us to make sure that the claims team is in agreement, what's more important to me is making sure that you guys are also in agreement. I mean, this is your property, and you guys are living in it day to day. So not only do we request these things from the claims team, but we also make sure that you guys are taking ownership in that process as well and submit those requests to you, whether it be, you know, the scope validation stating that you do agree that this is a proper scope of work, or if it's us contracting a vendor. So if I'm going to contract a vendor, I want to provide all the information to you possible to make you feel comfortable with that vendor that we're contracting, and make sure that you also provide us with a response saying that, yes, you do want to move forward with them. So I'll give a really, I'll try to be quick with this, and I tend to talk fast anyway. So I'll give a good example of this. Immediately after the storm, the reinsurance had an adjusting team and their building consultant come out and assess all of the roofs in Taylor County to determine what repairs or replacements are necessary for the build back process. This assessment takes place over the course of like 4 or 5 days immediately after the loss. They can't catch everything. So immediately after the loss, they assessed 14 roofs that needed replaced. We went to the district's trusted engineer of record, had him also conduct a more thorough assessment after things have calmed down, and he identified 48 roofs that needed replaced. We then went through the process to make sure that everybody was in agreement and on the same page. And this was multiple site visits, multiple walks with one engineer, another engineer, both of the engineers together, several meetings. An agreement wasn't reached on everything. So the solution was, as we brought in an unbiased third-party engineer, somebody that had no history of this, had not seen anything yet, we brought them in to also conduct inspections on the disputed roofs, to provide a full report and go as far as doing water infiltration testing, simulating wind-driven rain, to figure out whether or not there was damages to these certain roofs. That brought us from 14 agreed-upon roofs to what we ended up with, which was 38 agreed-upon roofs. It ended up being roughly 500,000 square foot in Taylor County in roof replacements that we did. That brought us to the next issue, though. Because that process is so long, we had run out of time to do roof replacements over the course of the summer. These metal roofs, these are not something that you're able to replace while students and staff are in session. You can't be throwing metal off buildings while kids are walking around courtyards. It's too much of a risk. It's too much of a liability. And, you know, the recommended approach was a removal and replacement of these roofs. We ended up finding a solution to that by coming up with a job-specific engineered process of doing a roof overlay. Utilizing hat channels, we were able to provide a like-kind replacement that met all the wind uplift requirements and current Florida building codes, gave a like-kind finish, looked exactly like the roofs prior, and did so about $1.3 million under the identified RCV value. We accomplished 500,000 square foot in roof replacements. There's about 45 roof replacements over 9 campuses, all during the school year, with no disruption to class, with 0 job site incidences, no injuries. We did so with as much management and oversight as possible. We had 1% was our change orders, 174,000 in change orders over the course of $13 million worth of roofing projects. So we were there, sometimes 3 field project managers on location all day long to make sure that we were able to provide that oversight, to make sure that we have eyes on all 45 labor personnel that are on the roofs working, to make sure that we were there to respond to any noise complaint to make sure that we were going to squash that as soon as possible. And I think that those in Taylor County can vouch that we were able to accomplish all of that during the school session with very minimum disruptions to anything at all. I'll go ahead and hand it back over to you, Jason.
So we'll wrap up. One of the things that I just kind of wanted to highlight, and I know we're going to have a presentation following us on the FEMA public assistance process. When repairs are managed through the Emergency Advantage Program, the only invoice that the district pays is an invoice for the deductible for each asset. So FEMA, many of you have worked with FEMA. FEMA typically requires that you provide copies of contracts, bids, invoices, canceled checks showing that all of the invoices are paid. We've worked with FEMA over the past 4 years and received formal guidance last year from FEMA headquarters that a deductible invoice is eligible for reimbursement, and they've provided outlines of what documentation needs to be provided when FEMA grants are prepared to cover your deductibles. And so we don't manage the FEMA public assistance process, but because we have all of the information that FEMA needs in our system, we're basically able to click a button and provide a package to the district or to the district's FEMA consultant that outlines the scope of work that was performed at each facility, the cost, copies of invoices, and all the information that they need to work through the FEMA process. So if you've been through the FEMA process before, you know that it takes a lot of time and multiple people in various departments to compile all the documentation required for the FEMA grants. You know, purchasing department for the RFPs and bids, facilities, the scopes of work, and finance for copies of invoices and things like that. We're able to generate a package of information that goes to the FEMA consultant to help expedite that process. Now, it's still very important to manage the FEMA process and make sure your projects are prepared correctly, and that you have a good consultant to navigate that process. Taylor and Madison are facing some challenges with roofs because of some of the documentation that outside of the Emergency Advantage Program for maintenance prior to the storm and things like that wasn't provided in the FEMA grant packages. So it's very important that the process is managed effectively and well, and that we're able to coordinate with the FEMA consultant, but we're able to expedite kind of the provision of that information through the process. So we're running out of time. We won't spend much time on lessons learned. I think one of the lessons that we've already talked about, keys, that's always difficult and important to locate after an event. Also, fish maps. When there's damage to multiple campuses and costs need to be tracked by assets, and you're talking about a building, sometimes a building is named Building 1 on the property schedule, but when you're at the campus, it's Media Center. And then when you look at the fish map, it's Building 101. So fish maps are very helpful to provide to everybody, so that to document damages, we're able to kind of use the maps and provide summaries on each maps of what damage we have in each room. But they're always very difficult to access and locate. So I know that FSBIT's working on kind of gathering some of that documentation from you guys pre-storm. That's also always something that comes up as a challenge. But I think deductible funding is just kind of one of the most important items for you guys to take away today. Just make sure you understand what is your financial exposure, what deductibles are you going to owe, and how are you going to pay for them if you need to after a major event. And so with that, are there any questions? We'll be more than happy to talk with any of you after the presentation as well. And a lot of you we talk to on a daily basis already, but any questions for us at this time? I see CJ, but you want?
I just wanted to say how invaluable their processes and and the system that you use to track and manage these projects. We as FSBIT don't have, when you're looking at thousands and thousands of invoices, we're just not equipped to track these huge projects. And even the smaller, what we're calling smaller hurricanes, we're not equipped
for those either, because you're talking about just multiple projects spread out over large areas, and I just can't stress enough how helpful it's been to have them in place and to work with them, and how much it's helped us as FSBIT as well. So, thank you.
All right. Turn back over to you, Ken.
Yes, thank you so much, Casey and Jason. You know, we always benefit from your knowledge and certainly your work when you're out in the districts helping us get back together. So I believe we have a break right now, right? That's what's next on the schedule. All right, so we're gonna take a break. It is, what time is it? Where's my phone? 10:28, 10:30. So we will be back at 10:45. Take a 15-minute break. I'll get the snacks out, and then we are going to hear from Joseph at Frame. All right, we're going to start here in about 2 minutes, so if you'll make your way back to your seats. Okay. Are we ready? Looks like we're missing a few here that haven't made it back from break yet. Yep. We'll give them a couple more minutes, Joseph. I'm sorry. Okay, so we'll get started now. So we have the privilege of our next speaker joining us, and just want to say that, you know, as you talk about leadership, you know, if you don't know all the answers, you surround yourself with people who do, and that comes to mind when I think of Joseph Mascali. And the reason for that is we have picked his brain on a number of occasions and helping us navigate some things. He's looked at our policies for coverage, and he has a very diverse background. And his most recent venture is beginning his own business called Frame. And as you can see, the title of his presentation here, what he's going to talk to us about is proactive measures to facilitate your FEMA public assistance claim. And, you know, I'm sure he's going to get into it a little bit, but most of you have navigated, you know, multiple or a storm, or if not multiple storms. And Joseph, a lot of his experience has been in Lee County. And as you know, Lee County also experienced a pretty catastrophic claim with Ian right alongside Charlotte and DeSoto. But I'm sure he'll go into how he helped them navigate that, but was also instrumental in finding alternative sources of funds for them to be able to use in the recovery. And I think at the end of the day, Lee County actually is going to come out money ahead. So there's not many people who can do that, and that takes talent and being able to find those resources. And so that's why we've asked Joseph to come in today and talk to us a little bit about his experience in helping Lee County go through that, as well as maybe some pitfalls or do's and don'ts as we experience perhaps some denials that we have gotten from FEMA, or some things maybe that haven't quite gone our way. So Joseph, I know that was not the justice that you needed in terms of the quality of service that you provide, but please, if you don't mind, tell us a little bit more about yourself before you start.
Sure. And thanks, Ken. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. Well, good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. Joseph Mascali, principal of Frame Group. And as Ken mentioned, developed Frame a number of years ago to really help clients such as yourself, and specifically school districts, recover from the devastating impacts of hurricanes and other natural disasters throughout the country. So just a bit of background about me and my story. Started in the industry about 12 years ago. Actually started on the insurance claim preparation side. Started as an internship and turned into a career and now a company. Originally planning to go to law school, but wanted to get some, real world work experience after graduating from undergrad, and found this industry and oddly fell in love with it. I know a lot of you could probably experience and say, who would ever want to work in this industry, day in, day out. But it's been a real privilege to work with folks such as yourself, really recover in the worst of times, right? So it's a very rewarding industry to be a part of, especially when you feel like you're really helping to contribute in the facilitating of folks' recovery. So fast forward through my course of my career, ended up learning more and more about the disaster recovery side of things, specifically the FEMA side of things, and realizing the significant overlap. So, as Jason and Casey talked about in terms of what they do is really the foundational elements as to what you need to be successful in your pursuit with FEMA. So as Ken mentioned, we've done a lot of work with a lot of folks throughout the country. Most notably and most relevant to you all, we've been supporting the Lee County School District dating back to Hurricane Irma and have been helping them through Hurricane Ian. So I will be touching on some of the strategies that we implemented with them as it relates to their Hurricane Ian recovery, which was north of $250 million, just to kind of give you some perspective in terms of the totality of impact, and touch on some recommendations that I've seen throughout my career and recommendations that we encourage our clients to pursue to really try to facilitate this process. Because what I'm sure you've found is when you're caught reacting to the situation, it usually ends up costing you something, whether that's your time, your money, or even worse, it's just the accessibility to in-classroom learning for your students, which I know is at the forefront of everybody's priority and the mission as school district. So what will we cover today? I will be very brief on what the FEMA Public Assistance Program is, and I'll emphasize the word brief there because I know a lot of you guys know what it is. We'll touch on some state mechanisms that actually Florida has developed rather recently that are pretty innovative and may help to facilitate your reimbursement, especially as you start navigating some deductible challenges, which I know has been a topic of conversation for many of the folks in the room. I'll go into some proactive pre-loss measures that you can take. There will be a lot of overlap from what you heard from Jason and team, as well as things that the state are actually looking and trying to incentivize organizations such as yourself to pursue. I'll touch on some strategies that we've used to help maximize reimbursement. You'll hear that a lot. I'm sure if you've spoken to consultants that specialize in this space, they will tell you, I know the solution to maximize your reimbursement, hire me. I'll be very honest and transparent in terms of what works, what doesn't work. And last but not least, there's been a lot of news about FEMA as of late. I'll touch on in terms of what I believe the future of the FEMA landscape to look like. And through the course of this conversation, certainly encourage it to be a dialogue. So if you have any questions, comments, feedback, please feel free to just chime in and stop me at any moment. Really encourage you to tell me a little bit more of what you've experienced so I can kind of curtail hopefully some answers or even the rest of the presentation to help really give you something to take away, because I know a lot of you are still actively dealing with some recoveries following the recent events. So I kind of went into who we are, but who is Frame Group? Frame Group is a specialized consulting company. We help both public and private clients throughout the country respond to their insurance claims, whether that be commercial insurance policies or NFIP policies, as well as FEMA public assistance. We also help clients prepare both pre and post-loss to recover from natural disasters. So we're rather unique in respect to having both forensic accounting capabilities, but as well as building consulting services, really bridging the gap between all of the specific areas that you need to facilitate your recovery and quantify things accurately. So what is the FEMA PA program? I'll kind of just go into what I find rather unique about this program. You don't see this really anywhere else in the world. So, as an American, as a taxpayer, I think this is actually one of the more noble programs that we have. The real intention of the program is to help our most critical services respond to an event and recover from an event. I know in terms of practice, we don't always see that, right? And I'll go into some of the issues that we run into dealing with FEMA. But if you take a step back from the situation and really look at really what the intention is, it's pretty incredible. And as somebody that works in this business day in, day out, I think it's rather unique and rather impressive. All we have to do is actually get it to work a little bit better, which the good news is it seems like there's a path forward for that. So who's eligible? Everybody in this room, you know that. You've likely dealt with a FEMA disaster before. Work that you know is eligible, emergency work, debris removal, permanent repairs, whether that's to repair your facility, replace your facility, do something different to your facility. And then there's opportunities that are unique to mitigate. So how do you invest into your recovery to make yourselves more resilient to future events? So before I move on, just kind of curious, who in this room's actually dealt with FEMA or has had a FEMA claim recently? I know there's been a few examples, so a good amount, almost everybody, right? So I won't bore you with some of the specifics. I'm sure you've been through plenty of presentations. You've been through it in real time. But if there are any questions that come up, please let me know. I'm happy to address those. But just looking at the program, and I'm sure you've experienced this in your meetings with your PDMGs, they'll say it's very simple, right? There's only a few steps in the process, and we're here to help. But the reality is, what you see on the left in terms of process that may look simple, when you actually look over to the right, you start to really quickly recognize the challenges, right? The process itself is very slow moving. It's complicated. You as, the applicant feel like at times you probably lose control of your recovery because you're waiting on FEMA, or you're waiting on people. There's no answers when you ask them to maybe provide you an update as to where things are. You are subject to cost share, so it is a reimbursement program. So inherently you have some skin in the game, and all of your decisions come at a cost of some form of another as it relates to your recovery. FEMA tends to be more response focused than recovery focused. They like to show up, take the photos, be there with you in the early days, tell you that they're going to be there. And then once the recovery kind of settles in a little bit, suddenly those folks are no longer involved. People change, right? People are mobilized and demobilized. But you're kind of stuck there, right? You're stuck navigating this sometimes for years and years to come. And, again, the commitments that are made early on are kind of forgotten about, right? As you continue to proceed. And then last but not least, and this is something that I harp on quite a bit when we're going toe-to-toe with FEMA at times, is that FEMA tends to prioritize their priorities, which are really a function of their process, and not so much your recovery, right? Things become a little bit diminished when it's, number of projects, number of damage inventory line items. But for you, I have students that occupy these buildings. I have students that occupy these temporary facilities. I have students underneath these roofs. I have a commitment to ensure that I'm continuing the education for my community. I'm providing shelters in some cases. But for FEMA, it's just kind of a status in a box on a board that they're evaluated against. So they tend to focus on what's in their queue, not so much what you need as it relates to your recovery. So these are real challenges. I'm sure you've all maybe experienced one or another in some form. But I do want to kind of focus on, again, really what the issues are with the program, but taking a step back, it's a great program. It can be better, and we're trying to make it better. And I'll go through some of the ways in which both the state and what we see at Frame in terms of opportunities to do that. So Florida, in the last couple of years, you may have heard of the FROC program. It's their way of creating a more facilitated reimbursement process for you all immediately following an event. This FROC initiative is really intended to try to standardize the process, streamline the process, and facilitate your recovery, which again is, I think, everybody's goal, but sometimes process tends to delay the actual progress that you're looking for. And the FROC program is really designed on 4 pillars, as they say. Standardization, procurement, so helping you to pre-establish, pre-position vendors, which, again, you've checked a lot of these boxes by having the Emergency Advantage program, which is great. So I'd say in terms of comparatively, this group here is well ahead of a lot of other folks, specifically in the state and specifically school districts, helping to identify procedures post-event so that you know how to respond, and ultimately yield a score that's in the form of a disaster readiness assessment, which basically says you're less risky. And because you're less risky, because you have these parameters in place, we can actually help to facilitate funding. So in terms of developing this disaster readiness assessment, really what it is, it's a questionnaire, right, that tries to evaluate you organizationally. So this process, just kind of keep in mind, is work that you would all have to do in order to pre-position yourself in the eyes of the state to say, okay, if something does happen to me, because I meet a certain threshold, I expect to be reimbursed quicker, which is really important, especially when you're looking to recover, recoup deductibles, get students back, right? You don't want to outlay money and then be on the hook for a number of years, which is often the case when you're dealing with FEMA. So this FROC program, in comparison to the FEMA Public Assistance Program, just some benefits here. So when you deal with FEMA, there are opportunities to expedite your projects. Expedite is a pretty loose term when you deal with FEMA. Things aren't often as quickly as they say they might be. But through their expedited process, you're only entitled to 50% of the costs up front. In order to get the remaining 50%, you have to validate 100% of your costs, which can take some time. And this only applies to categories A and B work. So category A work is debris removal. Category B is your emergency protective measures, which can include temporary repairs, temporary facilities, EOC response, other emergency services. The FROC program, on the other hand, assuming you qualify, is up to 80%. So that's a significant difference. There's no limit on the time of the costs that need to be incurred. So FEMA has these period of performances which say, okay, things need to be incurred within 30, 60, 90 days. That doesn't apply to FROC. They've developed standardized forms which will help their review that you can utilize to submit your costs. And they're also looking to expand this into other categories. So I want to keep in mind, I'm not here to promote necessarily FDEM's program, but it is a pretty innovative solution that we don't see really elsewhere in other states and other regions that could be beneficial for you all, especially when you can recoup 80% of your funding rather quickly for your emergency projects, which I think has some strategic advantage. And I see, Pam, you might have a question or two.
Yeah, just that I want to really bring everybody's attention to this. I think we have maybe half of our districts that have already applied and are participating. I really want to encourage the rest of you to do the same. I hear what you're saying, Joseph, but the other side of me is thinking, okay, I'm a little worried that if districts don't at least participate in this, then that's going to be one of the first questions. Are you engaged with FROC, and is there a disadvantage that comes without that involvement? I think that it's not a difficult process from what I understand, that it has some potential benefits that make it worth it, and I think everybody should very significantly consider going ahead with the process. If you haven't already, this is the window of time through the 1st of August, so now is the time to do that if you're going to do it for the upcoming year. And that one slide that Joseph had there is a great, just simple slide to communicate with your district folks to say, hey, here's some of the advantages of this. So please look at that and push that up the chain if you need to have that looked at for to get that process done in the next couple of weeks.
So just kind of continuing with what Pam just described. So just so you all know that there's a deadline of August 31st to submit to be part of this hurricane season. I'm not exactly sure to what extent the evaluation process takes in terms of timing, but you are able to submit in this round so that you could be considered for this program. This kind of jives very well into, okay, what proactive measures can you take pre-loss? And I'll kind of touch on throughout the next few slides some specific examples of how we help to support Lee County through their recovery. So when you take a step back and you start to say, okay, well, how can I best prepare myself? Our recommendation always is for our clients is to put as many pieces on your chessboard as you can, right? Have as many tools in your toolkit that you can use in the event that you need to. You don't always have to use them, but that they're available to you. And FROC is just a good example of that. If all things are held equal, you're looking to get more money quicker than you would with FEMA. And one of the keys here is to keep as much in your control as possible. And this is something that you can control, right? You would apply, you would work through the process with them, you would seek approval, and you'd be done. You don't have to wait for FEMA EHP or the FEMA CRC or all these acronyms that I'm sure you've grown to learn that really honestly mean nothing to anybody in this room. It's just another acronym at FEMA. You're focused on dollars and cents. So the more tools that you can identify to facilitate that process, all the better. So that's number 5 here, but I'll start with that since it was a good segue. And Pam, appreciate the comments, and certainly if for folks that haven't done it, I would encourage you to take a look at it. Certainly if you have any questions going through the process, we'd be happy to help you through that. In alignment with what would actually be required if you were to apply through FROC, is establish an emergency preparedness plan. What happens when something happens, right? It's important to know who the main points of contacts are, what are the orders of priority, who do we call. And the great news is, in terms of what you guys have established through FSBIT, this Emergency Advantage Program, which really takes care of a lot of that, right? So you're not left kind of figuring out what to do. But we would encourage you, if you haven't already, and I'm sure you hear this a lot, try to prepare a plan. And if you have really no sense of where to begin, happy to send you kind of an outline of some major critical areas that might behoove you to just try to consider and pass through your organization so people know what to do when something happens. Pre-position vendors, never hurts to do that. There's no commitment to use people, right? It's on an as-needed basis, and you determine what that need is. So we would recommend that, taking a step back, especially if you've been through recoveries before, is who do you need and when, and what do you have access to? Again, I'll emphasize you guys are in a very unique position because a lot of that work is handled through the Emergency Advantage Program, which so many school districts don't have. But are there any gaps that you feel that you need at certain times? What are those services? Pre-position those services. And then, again, if you need to use them, great. It's just another tool in your toolkit, but you're not required or mandated to use it. Establish internal cost tracking. That's important, especially as it relates to your team's time, right? Usually your team is right in the weeds with everybody, whether it's contractors, Jason and his team trying to get schools open. You want to track that appropriately, and you want to organize that in a way in which can easily be isolated. So something that we've learned from Irma helping Lee County, which we didn't do, and we did for Ian, which made it a lot easier on the back end, is create separate payroll cycles, right? So if folks were asked to come back and help respond, isolate that from a payroll perspective so you can easily account for the actual payments made to those folks that correlate to the hours, and it's not commingled in normal pay, right? So figure out what your payroll policy is. Do you have disaster pay provisions? We've seen that some entities will send people home and continue to pay them while they're home. If they're called back, they'll be paid again for the time served in helping to support the recovery in the early days. We would recommend that you separate that payroll so it's easily reconcilable. So you can say to FEMA, listen, this is an extra cost. It's not normal straight time. And here's the actual payments that I made in response to the efforts that were necessary from our internal team early on. And then, as I mentioned a few times, lever your programs. I mean, Emergency Advantage Program really does help to streamline my process on the back end by being able to have, at a click of a button, all the information I need to go into those FEMA meetings to start emphasizing the need to expedite the process. So how do you maximize your reimbursement? There are a number of different sources of funding that can be utilized. But building a strong foundation of documentation is by far the most important thing that you can do to maximize your funding. Without collecting the data on the front end, it's just going to create headaches and roadblocks in the future. And normally, the faster you move, the more risk that you take on just because you're moving really quickly. I don't know what's happening. Sorry about that. But the good news is, again, you guys have a robust system in place to help facilitate that process. Sorry about this. Maybe I'm moving my hands too much. All right. Pam, am I doing something wrong, you think? I could be. Maybe I'm talking too much. Oh, okay. Somebody else has control. Go forward. Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. So you guys already have that robust system that I mentioned a few times. We just saw a presentation about it. Again, establishing sound documentation early on allows you to build the foundation to say, okay, now where do I go for this money, right? Who's going to be paying what? Insurance, FEMA? Am I going to be able to get another state grant? Is DOE going to step in? And then you got to figure out specifically what are your short-term goals, right? What are your immediate priorities compared to your long-term priorities? And for Lee County, what we did, because we know that FEMA is going to take a while, we also anticipated that their loss was going to exceed their insurance policy limits, which it did. We immediately started escalating through the political channels to say, hey, we need help, and here's what we understand our situation could be. So we went to the state, who developed a program called the Legislative Appropriations Program. This was something that DeSantis approved. Okay. You can just leave it there. That works too, and I'll just tell you to go to the next slide. That's, you can see it. Okay. So after the early days of Ian, DeSantis passed a bill called the Legislative Appropriations Program, which allocated $350 million to basically help finance and or advance. Do you want to just pull out of it? Am I doing it, you think, or? I'm going to put this down for now. Okay, back one slide. Okay, so Governor DeSantis passed this program. There was $350 million worth of funding that was allocated, and you had to apply for it. And essentially, it was an advance by the state on your FEMA public assistance projects. We submitted everything very quickly because we were able to organize our information quite quickly, present that information. We were able to secure over $57 million worth of funding, which was the highest allocation of any applicant as it relates to that program. That was an innovative opportunity. That was a disaster-specific opportunity, but it was important to execute quickly. So being able to have the documentation necessarily to be the first at the line to ask for money, and simultaneously be escalating things politically, because again, as school districts, your services are at the front end of the most critical services, right? Getting students back immediately after an event is really important, and emphasizing that is nothing that anybody should apologize for. You should be aggressive in terms of your communication. We went to the Department of Education. We said, hey, we're going to have some out-of-pocket costs, right? Because this is a cost-share program. We're going to have out-of-pocket costs both for our deductible in certain aspects and anything in excess of our insurance limits. And we were able to get an appropriation from DOE specific to Lee County, not through an innovative program, but because we asked for it, which helped to offset some costs as well too. We then took advantage of other grant opportunities that come about from a recovery, right? So mitigation is a component that I mentioned. When there is a disaster, the state actually sets aside funding through their 404 hazard mitigation program, which we applied for, and we're actually pending another $22 million worth of approvals to help harden some existing roofs that weren't impacted from the event, but we want to replace just to be proactive and mitigate future damages by going back to metal. And sometimes when disasters reach a certain threshold, there might also be a HUD allocation through the CDBG-DR program, which is another program that was available to us, which was administered through Lee County itself. They got over $1 billion of HUD allocations to be utilized how they see fit. We applied and were able to get additional funds through that and also use that to offset our cost share. So as Ken alluded to, because we acted very quickly and said we have no idea, who's going to be funding things first or last, let's get as many people working for us simultaneously and bring in as much money as possible, and then we'll figure out how to reduce our risk by figuring out where the funds are allocated and ensure that there's no duplication of benefits. The approach was we'd rather give a little bit of money back than be on the hook and waiting for money for a significant period of time, just because, again, things become out of our control when we start to submit things to FEMA, and then we're just stuck in a waiting pattern, which could take months and months and months. So proactively source funding, and then consider mitigation. For Lee, it worked, right? They wanted to do things proactively. They had the ability to do things proactively. This is really unique and dependent upon what your overall mission is and priorities. There are some cost aspects to this that typically come about, that there's some out-of-pocket expenses that you'll have to incur in order to pursue mitigation. It's not funded normally at 100%. So you got to really figure out if it's in your best interest to do that. It could be prudent, but it also might not be financially, right? In following an event. So something for you to consider. And next slide, please.
Can I
Please.
ask a few things? Yesterday, I spoke to this group about the board and the superintendent relationship and how important that is. And I want to point out twice, I heard you say at least twice, that you had to reach out to the Florida Department of Education and ask for a special allocation. That does not happen, folks, when you have superintendent or board members on social media posting critical comments. Like it or not, I'm not saying it's fair, but I am saying it's a reality. And I just wanted to point that out because sometimes people get frustrated and they put certain comments out in social media, and those are the kinds of things when you go for these types of allocations that will get them denied. And I don't want to pretend that that reality doesn't exist. So one, I wanted to kind of affirm with you that, yeah, there's a piece of that you got to be aware of. And secondly, when you're in a situation like this, really, really important that the board trusts the superintendent and staff, because the superintendent and staff are going to have to make some decisions without consulting the board. And that only comes with trust. So when you have the breakdown of that trust relationship, it does affect these types of situations, which is why you have to have those relationships before the crisis or critical situation occurs. So that, I just wanted your perspective on that.
No, I appreciate that. And so the way that we operated to stay ahead of this, right, is to figure out, okay, what are the simple priorities? It's getting the students back, which was the charge of the superintendent. In the early days, again, there were over 100 campuses that were impacted in 1,000 buildings. And we were there immediately after the event. We had the insurance adjuster and his team there immediately after the event. And everyone said, okay, well, how long is this going to take? And we're like, okay, maybe a week to get through everything. And he goes, you have 2 days to do it, right? So we divided and conquered, followed a lot of the same patterns that Jason and his team do through the Emergency Advantage Program. But that was the superintendent's charge, was, okay, I got to get the students back, right? This is on the back end of COVID. We saw the consequences of virtual learning. We heard, loud and clear what, Governor DeSantis' mission was in terms of, we're not doing remote learning anymore. You got to be back in school. That was the superintendent's priority, so we addressed that. We know very quickly the next thing is going to be like, well, who's paying for this, right? So we immediately started the process of positioning the district to get quick advance payments, position ourselves with FEMA to get expedited projects going, escalating to DOE to get funding in as quickly as possible. And within 30 days, we were able to get money in hands that exceeded what we had expended. We were able to continue that because constantly the priority, again, as a consultant trying to put myself in your shoes is, okay, well, who's paying for this and how much am I paying for it? And as long as we can try to outrun what you're spending, we're in a good position. And I will tell you it's a unique position, and there were unique opportunities that came about for me and that we were able to take advantage of very quickly because we had good documentation and knowing in terms of the systems that you have in place, you will have that as well too. Now, these opportunities may not come about, right? Circumstances may change, funding may change, but having that strong foundation, again, allows you to be very flexible and coordinated. And to your point, we made sure that the superintendent understood what our mission was. He made sure that the board understood what the mission was. And at the end of the day, the board and the superintendent had the same interests. How are we doing from a cash flow perspective? And are the students back? And because we're able to check both those boxes, the messaging became very clear and unified, and we were able to regularly provide them updates and get feedback from them to understand if the priorities had shifted a little bit. So it really is about effective communication, coordination, and really recognizing what are the priorities, which is moving forward with your mission for education, but also minimizing the risk and maximizing your funding opportunity. So I'll conclude here in terms of what the future of FEMA looks like, right? So we see a lot in the news. Trump and the administration are hammering FEMA. And what does that mean for you all? I can kind of leave a little bit of uncertainty. What I can tell you is that in terms of this hurricane season, nothing's going to change. The process will be the process. FEMA is prepared to respond to events despite what they might be saying in the media. Our team is actively working with the FEMA Advisory Council to give them recommendations as to what we feel would be really proactive steps to improve the program. As I started with, I think this is an unbelievable program. There's definitely room for improvement, but to get rid of it wouldn't make much sense, right? And just kind of keep in mind that politically that would be a bad move for the administration, given the fact that Florida is impacted quite a bit, Louisiana and Texas and North and South Carolina and Georgia. So take some comfort in knowing that the program's likely not to go away, and certainly that's not our recommendation to the council. But what are the goals? The goal is to decrease the administrative burden, and that's the burden on you guys, right? How do we clean up this process so it's less work and we're actually doing what we're intending to do, which is get money to the folks that need it the most, to provide critical services, and then reduce the bureaucracy, which, again, regardless of any political opinions, I don't think anybody disagrees that that's a good move, right? Especially as it relates to FEMA, especially if you've been through it. What's getting the most traction, just to kind of give you guys, keep you guys aware as to what people are saying, specifically things that we'll start to see presented over the coming days to Senate through hearings related to this advisory council, is decreasing the number of declarations, right? Florida is very focused on hurricanes. Those always make national news, but you'd be surprised to know that I think every 3 days there is a new disaster declaration throughout the state, throughout the country, and some of those are as small as hailstorms and winter storms. They want to reduce those. They want to get rid of the backlog that exists in the system due to these smaller events and really focus on the big events like the big hurricanes, big earthquakes, big wildfires, those sorts of things. They want to reduce the federal cost share, right? They want to say, hey, the Fed shouldn't be involved in this. It should be more of a burden on the state. That's going to put some more pressure on you all, right, to figure out proactive ways to, again, mitigate your loss, respond quicker, and finance things. So we don't know exactly what that means, but right now you may be aware that the FEMA PA program provides 75% on every dollar and can go as high as 90%, depending upon the magnitude of the loss. And most recently in Florida, specifically with Ian, it was a 90% cost share. They want to increase the minimum project threshold. So if you had small projects, I think the current threshold is $4,000. So anything $4,000 and above is eligible for FEMA public assistance if you're an eligible applicant, which you all are. They want to increase that to minimize the amount of smaller projects so that they're not, again, bottlenecked, because FEMA worries about the quantity of things, not the value of things. They don't prioritize things based upon value. They do it by quantity. And there's been talks about creating a block grant program. So there is precedent for this. This is that HUD program that I mentioned, the CDBG-DR, which basically HUD sets aside a fixed amount of money that's allocated to certain areas. The talk is that the feds will do that with the states to say, okay, Florida, there's a hurricane. We'll give you $5 billion. You then distribute that money to the folks that were impacted, right? So we'll see if that comes to fruition, but that is really one of the leading solutions that have been proposed through the council. So the overall message is less FEMA, more state, which really means more applicant responsibility. So taking those proactive measures that I touched on to add more tools to your tool belt, utilize great programs that you have in place, like the Emergency Advantage Program, to minimize your risk. Start taking proactive steps to start considering, okay, well, what would my out-of-pocket look like? And start to put away rainy day funds if possible, right? Whatever that is helpful. Again, everyone's financial situation is different, but it's something to think about, and also something to lobby and ask for with the Department of Education, right? It doesn't hurt to ask and hear no. It doesn't hurt to ask again and hear no again, right? All you can do is try to make yourselves more and more successful as it relates to these recoveries. And the best way to do that is to prioritize what you can control, and you can always control asking for something. DOE is a political organization. Their mission is to, have students educated safely and securely. You're providing those services. They should step in and support that. So given that the push from the feds is more state and local recovery, that means that the State Department of Education is going to have to get more and more involved in that. So something to think about, and we would certainly encourage you guys to, jot down ideas, work through lobbyists, work through Ken and the group. You're a big consortium, an important consortium, and working together, I think there's a great opportunity for you guys to actually dictate what those solutions are, because they, again, are fluid. They're happening in real time. If there's any reassurance, the process that you've experienced, albeit difficult, will be the same this year. So should anything happen, you're familiar with what those headaches are. And my hope is, through the recommendations that we've been providing the council, is that things will improve to only make things better and smoother for you in the future. So with that, I will open it up for questions. If anybody has any, if anybody wants to share any stories in terms of issues that they dealt with, happy to hear those and offer any guidance and insight, but want to conclude by thanking you all for your time. And Ken and Pam, it's a pleasure. Really appreciate being invited here, and hopefully something I said resonated in the last 35 minutes. So really appreciate the time.
Joseph, I do have a question.
Yep.
So interesting timing here, unfortunate timing, that I wonder if the outlook of the current administration will change given what has recently transpired in Texas.
Yeah, so I actually was having some conversations with my colleagues about that. So one of the main issues, and obviously one of the sadly most horrific things that we've seen, is the impacts to the camps, right? So camps are just inherently ineligible, right? They're actually explicitly excluded in the policy, in the most recent policy that was published at the beginning of the year. So it will be really interesting to see how the administration responds to this. There's obviously going to be a great deal of need, given how significant this event is. There have been some issues with the county that was most heavily impacted having gone to the Texas Department of Emergency Management and asking for investment in advanced warning systems for this very issue that have gone unfunded. So what would we expect to see is that we would expect an overcorrection of sort specific to this event because of its importance to the Trump administration, because of its most recent significant impacts and kind of the harrowing story. So again, taking a step back, programmatically, there's honestly not much technically. Will we start to see exceptions to the rule? I would probably bet on it to some extent, but it is going to get a reaction, and it's going to be used in discussions as to why things need to be better, why things need to be quicker, and things will start to get prioritized in a way that is likely to say, okay, Texas, well, you're kind of responsible for this. We'll support you in the background, but you need to be leading it. So that's going to be really specific to each state's priorities. In this particular case, unfortunately, we sometimes only respond when things like this happen as opposed to being proactive. So we'll see, but it's going to be interesting just given the particular exclusion for camps.
You know, one of the other things that I was thinking about, particularly for like a trust like ours that serves a governmental entity that is essentially capped in its ability to raise taxes and or generate funds to be able to fund some of these necessary recovery measures. So when I think of the public assistance grant, it's obviously for government entities, but as you ratchet up the cost share as it comes to that, we're financially we're kind of fixed. I mean,
Yep.
now what, as you know, and most of the people know in the room here is the school board has very little discretion in terms of the amount of taxes that they levy.
Mhm.
I mean, you've got a discretionary tax out there, which is like 0.748 mils. You've got your your capital outlay, which is 1.5 mils, for which, you know, barely covers your regular routine maintenance cost, let alone, you know, recovery after a disaster. So that I think, again, as we move forward and we talk a little bit more about, you know, these particular changes, and there's opportunity maybe for rulemaking, that's one of the things that we need to do to distinguish ourselves as school districts apart from other governmental entities, because I think our circumstances, at least in terms of financing, is significantly different.
Right, and I think, you know, Ken, kind of just observing the program and what you've done with FSBIT, which again is a real testament to this organization in terms of securing insurance capacity, right? One, the insurance market's been very challenging, and rightfully so. There's more disasters, which means it's harder to insure, especially public entities, right? But in terms of just like understanding what that concern is, you know, you have secured more capacity, as I understand it. You know what that barrier to entry is, and that's your deductible, right? So it's not as ambiguous, right? You can quantify what that is. Obviously, some districts have more buildings, more facilities, more TIV. We understand that. You can ascertain, okay, well, what's really the riskiest? You know, where have I had an event? We've done all of the work, right? You know, the Emergency Advantage Program came in, we replaced all the roofs, less risky, less future damage. Where am I really exposed? What are those deductibles, and how much money am I talking about, right? And then start to lobby there, right? You know, obviously, if, you know, the aggregate limit is exhausted, that's a cataclysmic event, right? And there will be other innovative programs that come about, like we saw with LAP, right? Where the governor will step in and say, hey, I got to do something politically here, right? I got to respond to this. So in the worst of days, they're usually the most flexibility in terms of what's available to you. But understanding, okay, well, what do I know today? And that's my deductible. What are my riskiest assets? What does that look like? And then what can I do to either set aside money early on or lobby DOE to say, hey, this is going to potentially be an issue in the future. Should this be an issue, I would want to come up with a way in which we could have a fast-tracked allocation, and then maybe we work out something on the back end in terms of, you know, additional capital appropriations for the following year. I got to prioritize this. I'm required to open up the schools, right? I'm going to have to deal with your mandates. Here's what I feel like my exposure is, because that's right now my out-of-pocket cost pursuant to anything north of the limit. So I think in terms of just FSBIT holistically, how you guys are already managing that risk is through your insurance program, and being able to secure more and more capacity minimizes the need and dependency on the FEMA side. So if I'm looking to fund my deductible, irregardless if FEMA funds it or not, right, that cost share almost becomes irrelevant to you, right? So like, I would encourage you all to figure out, okay, let's forget FEMA for a second, right? What do I need to focus on? What are my risks financially? How can I fund those? Yes, FEMA could be a solution to that, but I'm not then married to what the administration decides to do with its cost share provision. So I think you guys are taking great proactive steps. And again, I give these presentations a lot, and not everybody has the systems in place, let alone the coverage in place, in order to respond as thoroughly as you can through your insurance claim, and then lever that documentation with any other organization that may provide funding, whether that's DOE or FEMA or other state programs. So I would almost look at it a little bit like that, Ken, is, okay, well, really what is that exposure to me? And then how can I take proactive steps to mitigate that risk financially? All right, any other questions? All right, well, appreciate the time, everybody. Again, pleasure meeting you all, and really appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you all this morning.
Thank you so much, Joseph. We appreciate that information, and that is, it's good perspective in terms of what we need to do and how we need to get prepared, and, you know, we appreciate your time, obviously. So this next activity that we have is kind of a joint presenters here, but I want to start off by, and it's going to be rapid fire, so we'll promise you we'll get you out for lunch timely. You know, nothing, you know, Joseph told me this morning, he says, good things I'm not right before lunch, good thing you are, you know. So it really has to do with our strategic plan. And just to kind of give you a recap of where we were at, the trust document that we have requires at that point in time that we have a new strategic plan every 5 years. We revised that and decreased that because, you know, for every 5 years is certainly a long time, and moved that down to 3 years. The executive committee made a recommendation to spend a little money on a consultant, and we hired our consultant. You met her, Nancy Deering Mock. We conducted surveys with risk managers, with superintendents, with CFOs, with our trustees. We actually had our consultant reach out to about a dozen of our partners, including attorneys or doctors that we had worked with, to try to get feedback from them in terms of what should be or their perception of our organization as it relates to strategic planning. We had our 4-hour session, remember, in St. Petersburg. We had a strategic plan committee that met as a follow-up in Tallahassee, and then we also had an in-house strategic plan committee, and for which we put together some goals, strategies, and some metrics, and assigned those individuals responsible for each one of those strategies. And then we met, obviously, this past April at the Mission Inn in Howey in the Hills, and that strategic plan was approved. And so now it's time for us to really take a look at next steps and get a little closer down into the weeds. And so I'm going to turn it over to Pam. Pam's got an activity for us. Again, going to be rapid fire for us. But Pam, I'll turn it over to you and let you explain what this, how this activity is going to work.
Going to be real quick fire. We're going to do a numbering off. We've got 3 easels back there. Please don't hurt yourselves. As I mentioned earlier, they are not the most stable as we would like. What we're going to do, and honestly, you know, I've looked at these, we've talked about it. You may not have a ton of things. This isn't going to be a list of 15 different things for each of these probably. You may even sit around and go, you know, I can't think of a thing. And that's okay. We're really just looking to give you guys the opportunity to give us some input on a few of these key areas, and to just stop and reflect on whether or not you have any thoughts about these different areas as we go into trying to look at what we want to focus attention on and try to improve related to the trust. So you don't have to overthink it. If you think of something, share it. If not, it's okay. All right. We're going to take a few minutes and do each one. We'll talk through kind of what each one is, give you an opportunity to jot down some notes. Each item is on a separate page on your easel, okay? So I'm going to number you off, and if you'll go to the various easels, we've got 1, 2, and 3 in the back, and then there's one over here on the table because, of course, one of our easels is broken. So we're going to have some better ones next time. 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. All right. So we'll do on the table 1, and we'll do 2 at the back, 3, and then 4 across the back. If you guys want to go to your spots, we'll kind of chat a little bit as you're moving that direction, and if you will nominate your favorite person in the group to scribe for you, that'll be terrific. This will just get us up a little bit too before we head over to lunch and everybody's sitting all day. So whoever took over receiving the marker might have gotten assigned, didn't you? FSMIT staff, if a couple of you want to just kind of be at each spot and offer a little bit of input as well, you're welcome to do that. So the very first one is alternative sources of revenue for the trust. We have had in the past some third-party administrative services that FSBIT has been involved in. So there's been some questions about, does FSBIT grow? Should FSBIT, increase our district involvement, full membership in the trust? Should we be seeking out other members? We have asked Alliant to engage with us, and we're looking at a more in-depth kind of risk assessment on whether we add districts or not. So that you guys may not be able to speak to, but you might be able to jot a note to say, yeah, we want FSBIT to grow, or we like it just the way it is. And then we'll be looking at the financial benefits of that, right? But one of the other things we've done in the past is TPA, third-party services, just for carve-out services like workers' comp. And so we have had some other districts approach FSBIT and say, hey, would you be willing to consider bringing on a third-party administrator? Okay, that would be a person who's not a full member of the trust. We provide a service, add staff, utilize the resources that we have, kind of like sort of what we discussed and we're looking at in our engagement with the fleet services, right, through the healthcare piece. So do you guys feel like that we should pursue some of those opportunities? If not, jot a note about why. What we're going to do is kind of take these up at the end. We'll take them with us. We'll look at this as we move forward in that strategic planning process. So we're going to take just 3 or 4 minutes, jot down some things related to this item. We may ask for you guys to share any thoughts, and we'll quickly just move through these, okay? So the first one, any thoughts on additional sources of revenue that you would like us to consider or pursue? Go ahead. Just another minute to finish thoughts. All right. Anybody want to share something that just really jumps out at you that you would like to share with the group? Anybody? How about Jocelyn? I'm looking at you, yeah. All right, share out real quick.
Don't hurt yourself. All right, so we kind of were having a discussion that kind of piggybacked off what you were saying. So Sarah had mentioned when she worked for the sheriff's office, they kind of had a program, a hybrid program where new members would assume a portion of the risk and then have terms where they would be required to prove themselves. And she talked about that. And then I told her with Fleet, which was formerly F-SHIP, that's how we came in. That's how Charlotte came in. We assumed the bulk of the risk, and then after proving ourselves over a certain number of years, then our requirement was reduced. As far as health insurance and bearing the risk for those responsibilities. And then I said, I was thinking exactly what you mentioned about outsourcing specialty services to other districts. So like we have a good workers' comp claims administrative program, maybe we could outsource that or outsource our risk and loss control services to other districts.
Terrific. Excellent thoughts. That's exactly what we're looking for, that feedback. Anybody else want to share if you've got something that you want to add? Otherwise, we'll take those comments, and if you want to flip to the next one. You guys have, I see a lot of stuff. I know, that'll be terrific. I like it. So the second one is similar, and you may have identified some things that you want to just jot down here, but what about for you? What do you feel like that our current membership needs? What we're looking at researching, adding new services to current members, things we're not providing now that maybe we should be. Share some thoughts there about things you'd like us to look at further. if you're still working on that one, please continue to do that. If not, you can flip over to the next one. We're looking at recommendations for any training and materials sharing out. Anything related to training, additional materials. Again, you don't have to repeat things. If you have an idea on another item that you've already covered under this, you can just list something else or leave it as is. We'll look at all of them together. Just any ideas there on anything we could do differently, needs that you may have. We've already, the survey has already kind of taken care of topics and that area, but this is more different training formats. It may involve vector solutions and thoughts about additional training to employees, certain topic areas. Do what? All right, let's take a look at the next one. Ways to standardize and market the Fizbit brand. So this is interesting. When I first came into Fizbit and I heard branding and marketing and we had all this stuff. I'm like, what for? We're not bringing in new members. So we're looking at two things related to this. One, is it important to our districts that people know who Fizbit is and that you guys are members of Fizbit? I think there's a nice value add for that, right? So we're engaged with the school board members in some of their conferences, engaged with the superintendents. And so even if we're not trying to grow the brand, it may be important to your school districts, to your membership, to maintain not only that external marketing, but also the internal marketing. So should we be presenting, more often or assisting you in communications or updates to your board? What about meetings with your superintendent? Do you find those valuable? So that's kind of what we're looking at. What do you guys think about branding to others outside of Fizbit? And then what can we do to support you in your interactions with your superintendent, your board, and from a branding standpoint? Informing about the role of Fizbit and about the coverages and about services that we provide to the district. You guys can keep talking about this one. The last one is any customer service or quality communication improvements that you have or suggestions for FSBIT. This is the last one before lunch, so anything else you want to share or tell us, it doesn't have to be customer service related. It can just be any suggestions or anything else related to our strategic planning. And then thank you for the great conversation and the feedback. We're going to take these and we will share out after our next strategic planning. So you guys can finish up and transition to lunch, and we'll put these away. And Brendan and Gerald, being the overachievers, are wrapped up, and you guys can enjoy lunch. That's right. That's right.